Good morning. I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors for August 13th into order. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo and Lopez joining us shortly.
Do we have any additions, corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections.
Let's see, we have closed session items today, 1A through 1D. And is there any public comment on that in the chambers? You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Van Hoovel. I am the president of the Monterey Santa Cruz Building and Trades Council, and I am one of the VPs for the Central Labor Council as well. And I also sit on your Workforce Development Board here in Monterey County. I want to tell you a quick story that I have, is that when I worked for a city, when I got out of college, I soon found out that they wouldn't pay me overtime if I worked under 40 hours. So they would work me 3 10s and 1 8. I soon found out that I'll never be able to afford a house. I also found out that I didn't have decent health care or reliable health care through that city. So I left. And I think that's a similar story here we have with the brothers and sisters from SEIU right behind me. We need to stop tearing things down and rebuilding them. It's costing the city. Keep what you have. Build on what you have. Don't cut it back. These frontline workers at Natividad that service our community, the maintenance and road workers, the social services that are there to protecting children in this community. This is the lifeblood. And this is a family we have behind us, right? You're part of that family. And we need to have a contract that reflects the dignity and respect of that family. It is important that we right now make a decision on what's going to affect this community. And that ripples through the community, even in the construction industry itself, through permitting and inspectors. We need a dignified contract. They need not a livable wage, they need a life wage. And that's what I'm here demanding today. Please take this in consideration and have a good day.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes, Mr. Barrer.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Barrera, advocate for the community. As a proud 30-year union member, I know the benefits union brings to the community and workforce: better pay, health care, and retirement. I am here this morning to advocate for the SEIU 521 union worker. These very valuable workers deserve to be treated with respect, dignity, and deserve a praise. They are working under an expired contract, tons of vacancies, and very low morale. When you have tons of vacancies, everyone is on edge to the fact not all tasks are being taken care of, stress, work comp claims, and then comes the other problems: harassment and retaliation. You can do better. You give your SEIU union worker a raise, you get retention, good morale, and more production. Please invest in your workforce. I stand here proudly and in solidarity with our SEIU 521 union brothers and sisters. They deserve better than this. You are only as good as your SEIU union employee. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. You know who I am. By now, I am 100% sure. Allow me to say that based upon my review of what's currently being offered by the county, that would be tantamount to a $300 or more loss of net income to each individual employee, including myself. So the message that you're sending through your hired negotiators is basically your work has less value this contract time than it did 3 years ago. And so I'm here today to quote Vice President Kamala Harris: "Say it to my face. Say it to my face." And And I can see by your silence that that prospect is unpalatable to you, which it would be to me as well. I would have a very hard time saying to somebody, your work has $300 a month less value than it did 3 years ago. So, if I may offer a humble suggestion, perhaps instruct your hired negotiators to put a proposal on the table that you would be proud to describe to my face. That's my point here today. Additionally, allow me to say, there's a few folks behind me. They all have stories to share. They all have tales to tell. They all have advocacies that they want to engage in. Some of them are a little intimidated by public speaking. Some of them may be on their probationary period and worried about losing their jobs if they speak up. Some of them have already experienced reprisals for speaking up about their concerns. And others, hey, maybe they're just introverts. Allow me to say this, quoting The Greatest Showman. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Bye.
Good morning. Unless my previous coworker, you have no idea who I am. I am a legal secretary, and I work in that beautiful building over there. I worked there in my 20s, and now I'm back. Back in the day, a friend of mine who was older had been there a long time. I had to ask her, do I join the union? Do I don't join the union? And she only said to me, if you think your employer has your best interest at heart, do not join the union. But here I am. I just want to tell you, we want to make a living wage. All we want to do is live in the community we serve and not worry about insurance and have security in our jobs. That's all we want, folks. I'm a legal secretary, nothing special, just your priority guarding legal secretary. But I am the face of government when people come to my lobby. I'm a receptionist, and I am the face of government. You're not. I am there every day, every morning, and I face them with compassion and care. So I just wanted to remind you of that. There's many, many of us here who do the same thing day in, day out. Keep that in mind when you make your choices and decisions. Thank you. Oh, that was less than 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Roxanne. I work with Natividad Medical Center. I've been in Natividad Medical Center for just about 17 years now. And I'm not here to discuss burdens in my life or any sad stories. My brothers and sisters have many stories they will tell. But I do want to talk about a word that many of us have forgotten what it means, and the word is benefit. What is benefit? Benefit is any extra compensation that an employer offers on top of a base salary or a hourly wage. Benefits are supposed to enhance the lives and help support the employees. And I want to also ask, I asked this question to myself, what is Webster's dictionary? How do they define benefit? What is benefit? And Webster's dictionary says that it is something that produces good or helpful results, or good or helpful effects, or that promotes well-being, advantages, aids, supports, and motivates. It's a little appalling to me that the proposal that is being offered to us in regards to our health care benefits, it's actually the opposite of benefit. It will decrease many of my brothers and sisters' hourly wages to the point of up to $2 an hour. To me, that is not a benefit. That's the opposite of benefit. That is a disadvantage. It's a hindrance. And it creates liability within our lives, to our communities, to our families, and to ourselves. So we are coming to work every day, giving 100%, going above and beyond, only for our county to tell us, You will now be.
Thank you.
With your benefit, thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
listening.
Sure, thank you.
Hello, my name is Cesar Mora, and I am speaking on the my capacity as a community member. I grew up in Salinas. I left for college, but I've come back because I want to give back to my community. And currently I'm living in Marina. So I've lived throughout the county. I have connections with family and friends throughout the county. And I also have experiences with Natividad, with the roads. And I see how understaffing leads to the problems we have with long waits for care at Natividad and long waits for social workers. Both in my personal life, have older family members, and I've struggled with that. And I see how the county staff is understaffed, leading them to provide poor outcomes to the community. So I want you to keep in mind, like, it's faces like mine, it's faces you see throughout the community who are being affected by these decisions you are making here today as council members, and how you're directing the contract negotiations to go. I'm at a loss of words because someone who, like, these county workers, they're here for their jobs and they're staying in their jobs because they care about the community and they deserve better. And I want to support that, and I want you guys to support that too. Because again, my experiences and those of my family members and my friends who live throughout the community in South County, in North County, in the Peninsula, like myself, in Salinas. I know that's not, that it has its own city government, but throughout the county is basically what I'm saying. And the county services that are being provided and the staff that provide those services are not being supported. And I'm asking you here as a community member to support them so we can have a better community and a healthier community. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, lifelong resident of the east side of Salinas, obviously resident here of Monterey County. This county is huge, and all the small towns and all the services that I know I've come across in every aspect, health, education, recreation, safety, all of these pieces that make up this county workforce. It feels like there's an opportunity here that you all as representatives can really send that message out to the ones that are doing this frontline work. Because myself as a resident and my neighbors can find that confidence when we go and we're in that need, when we're in at Natividad, when the parents have to go see their children, the incarcerated children that are suffering, though the family shouldn't have to suffer even ever, as well. So this is the opportunity. I think that the message is clear, and this message is going to get louder. So thank you. Please support.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Benitez, born and raised in Salinas. I am a patient service rep, too, for Clinic Services Health Department. I've been working for 18 plus years with the county. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all my union brothers and sisters who are considered the backbone of this community that we serve every day. So I ask you today to invest in us for a livable wage increase, affordable health care, and finding solutions for the staffing crisis that all departments are facing. Yes! We are losing vital employees that are moving elsewhere due to low wages and higher cost of living in our county. So I hope you consider our unit contract proposal to help retain the employees that are dedicated to serving our community. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Church and Supervisors. My name is Orlando Osornio, and today I'm speaking as a Salinas resident who stands with SEIU 521. Our local workforce is key to making sure we have great services delivered to our residents. I have had the chance to work with many of you in different capacities and know that you guys are great leaders. I'm confident that you guys will deliver a great contract. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chair Church and Board of Supervisors. My name is Anthony Rocha. I'm a proud lifelong resident of Monterey County. I'm speaking in my capacity as a resident of the city of Salinas. I want to stand here in solidarity with SEIU Local 521 in their fight for a fair contract. Our county employees, as we know, are the backbone of Monterey County, and when you invest in our county employees, you are investing in our community. Like many residents in Monterey County, I have had the privilege of having the interaction with county employees, and I know that they're passionate, they care deeply about the community, and when you invest in them, you're investing in our community. I stand in solidarity with SEIU 521, and I look forward to the contract that you all will work to accomplish together. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Donna Lopak, and I am a resident of Salinas. Been here for 25 years. I am currently a eligibility specialist working here in Salinas. I've been doing that for over 16 years now. And currently, and I'm part of the bargaining team, so I've got an in on some of the stuff that's going on. I have just 2 points for you. One is that currently the caseload, I have 3 caseloads. One of those 3 is an in-house caseload. Now you would think that that caseload would consist of, just friends of county workers. However, I think it's a reality check to understand that we have people in my caseload that are current county workers. Now, if you think about the level of income that you need to be in that caseload, or to not be able to afford health care and choose to put your family on Medi-Cal rather than take the county insurance, that should say something to you. No county workers should be in that position. We should be able to take care of our own. And and I encourage you to release some more money into the bargaining process so that we can make that happen. The second comment I would like to make would be that this also leads to our vacancy crisis. And if you look at the numbers on our longevity and who would benefit from that, more than half of this county has less than 10 years of service. We are losing our long-term knowledge to people that leave to other counties or other positions for better pay and benefits. So please, I encourage you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Jesus Valenzuela, a resident here in Salinas, and I just want to take us back a couple of years in our county's history at the height of the pandemic, when frontline workers kept us safe, when we issued our support to frontline workers, heralded them as heroes, took pictures of them, made commercials with them in capes, saying, what would we do without our frontline workers? Well, this is what we do with frontline workers, We make sure that they're taken care of. They took care of us. We should take care of them. And I know that across our great county, there is going to be an increase in housing, right? We are in the middle of recreating our housing elements across the county. Salinas just approved a number of housing components in the north side. Soledad is doing the same, Greenfield. And we had to ask ourselves, who are these houses for? Right? Are they for the people that built our county? Are they for the people that made our county great? Or are they for outsiders? So I stand here and ask you to support SAU 521. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marilyn Cruikshank. I work at the Marina Library. I live in Prudendale and I work in Marina. I have seen in the last few weeks more and more people coming into the library who are suffering mental health challenges, who are just going through so many things, and we care for them, but they are there partially because our social services departments are underfunded, because the housing is underfunded, and then I under the current contract that is being proposed, I would be taking a 0.5% pay cut as a result of that. And I also am a supervisor, so I'm making more than many of my coworkers. So I know all of those people, even though they are still encountering people who are under stress, who are difficult to work with. They are in even more of a crisis than I am, and I know there are many more families in the county. I don't have kids, but there are many other families that do, many other county workers that do, and I would be taking, with my student loans and things, I would be taking 0.5% pay cut under this current contract. On Thursday, I have 2 interviews for other libraries because they pay more than we do. So please keep that in mind. I've been working in the county. I actually left the city of Monterey because you all value your workers, I thought, more than they do, which was borne out during the pandemic when they let everyone go, but you didn't. So I really hope that you can carry that forward, that you can hear us, that you can know that we all need living and thriving wages. Thank you.
Good morning. Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. I'd first like to remind you that Salinas is 40% of the county population. I'm really pleased to see all these people in the room. I side with every one of them, their union, and every county worker. I don't need to repeat their stories. You've heard them. Please listen to their concerns. I'd like to see a more inclusionary Board of Supervisors that listens to the people more, that makes public access more available. Time after time I've been here where things were published in the Monterey County Weekly at the last minute, and people were left out. I was here during the quote-unquote affordable housing land project that went back and forth from the Board of Supervisors to the Planning Commission to the Board of Supervisors, making extremely major changes, particularly those concerning the 10 sites that were originally proposed in Salinas, particularly concerning those in the Bolson Knolls area that Chair Church expressed deep concerns that he's heard from his residents about. Yes, the comments correct were earlier that most of the housing, 3/4 of it appears to be going to quote unquote at market value, which the realtors call the price on. So I'd like to see better from you. I'd like to see a more inclusionary process where, you know, this is a time frame where people took time off their busy jobs to be here. And our county is suffering right now because look at the workforce in the room. That's just my guess. Those that are there, thank you for being the designated workers. We really appreciate you. During the sales tax versus tourist occupancy tax discussion, I noticed there were very few in the room that day. I think it was published in the Weekly and it was held at Thursday at 9 a.m. if I recall. And I appreciated, Wendy, your comments about the support behind the tourist occupancy tax, but it was struck down as a golden opportunity to sell to the people a sales tax on the back of them, and I don't appreciate it.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Efrain Aguilera. I am a union representative for United Food and Commercial Workers Local 5. And I am here today in solidarity and supporting our sisters and brothers of SEIU 521. Our frontline county workers doing all different jobs for this community are here servicing our community, and for having an expired contract for all this time. All of us in this chamber are this servicing our community. And so I'm calling the Board of Supervisors to settle a good deal with the membership of SEIU 521. Every day that passes by, our community is suffering. So we expect on every contract renewal to get better contract. We don't want any concessions. So we're hoping to get a better contract, and we're counting on every single one of you. Thank you.
Chair Chambers, and to this illustrious Board of Supervisors, I stand here once again. Seems like old news. My name's Alicia Metters. I am a lifelong member of the Monterey County community, being born in the great city of San Francisco, born and raised in Monterey Peninsula. And I am a social worker for Monterey County, have been employed with Monterey County, which I still consider to be the best county in the state of California, no matter what, because I have hope. One story I will tell is that my mother, which today is her birthday, but she had her heavenly birthday on December 11th, and that 2011, and that is because she was diagnosed with multiple myeloma cancer. She was a CNA, home health aide. She worked at Canterbury Woods. She retired because of her health. She didn't make a lot of money, but she had excellent health care benefits, which everyone who is born, I don't care where they are born, it is their right. It is not a privilege to have the opportunity to receive the best health care. Even though she gained her wings, and I think she's at a much better vantage point right now, we in the County of Monterey are struggling again because we need to have health care that we can afford. I'm speaking on behalf of Rico Mendez, who is our CEO. He is caught in traffic, but as the VP for Region 2, I will say that we are going to call for a strike vote on August the 22nd. We need you. We need you to support us. We need you to support us not only by sitting on this board, but by approving a contract that will support your workers. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sean Moran. I'm the president of the County of Monterey Patrol Association, also known as COMPA. I represent our patrol deputies out on the street. I came here today to speak briefly, obviously, in support of the members of SEIU and what they're dealing with. So I just want to give some really quick context, maybe some unique perspective on their value and how we see them at the Sheriff's Office as deputies. Every day we work with these folks at SEIU. There are professional staff, there are dispatchers, there are social workers, and they are invaluable. They are the oil in the engine. If they weren't there, it would seize. I could not do my job. My colleagues could not do their job without these folks. All right, our dispatchers, those are our guardian angels. They sit on my shoulder. They make sure I'm safe. All right. Social workers, I could not do their job. That is a thankless job. And there are not enough of them. And I'll be honest, if you gave them raises to $1 million a year, we couldn't hire enough. We need more. It doesn't serve our citizens for a uniformed, bearded man deputy to be sitting with a child victim for hours waiting for a social worker to come take care of the child. It's not fair to the child. It's not fair to me, respectfully. I'd rather be out going to the next call, going to where I'm best used. But that's just kind of the reality. We know the Bay Area has found its way to Monterey County in costs of living. And frankly, we have folks from the Bay Area living here making Bay Area wages. So my fear, just to wrap this up, is that the grass looks greener. It might be greener, but I know we have lost and we might lose really good people. Monterey County builds really good employees. They do. And we are a hot commodity, and they're seeing that up north. All right, well, thank you.
Buenos dias, good morning. Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Daniel Dodge Sr. I am the president of the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, the Union of Unions, over 80 unions and 35,000 members. I'm a member of AFT 4400, Cabrillo College. What you're seeing here is the beginning of change. We have workers in 2 counties at governmental boards today to be able to let our elected officials and the public know that our demands are simple. Our demands for working families all across the community, and for all my brothers and sisters, my siblings here, all my relations. Across this country, we're demanding a living wage, health care, opportunity to be able to for housing, and something we don't mention sometimes is time. These workers here dedicate time away from their families, from their lives, to be able to go above and beyond, to be able to serve our residents of the community. They've been dedicated through the pandemic, and they're dedicated today. But Monterey County, California, the United States, it's at a crossroads. The change starts today. These folks are ready to hold their time and their services for what they believe. What they're asking for is respect, dignity, and a better life. Being public servants yourselves, you know that we're all related in this struggle. So we're asking you to invest not only in Monterey County, not only in families that you don't know personally, we're asking you to invest in all of us, all right? Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Because what do we want? Contract! When do we want it? Now! Yes, sit here!
Hi there. I'm Kate Daniels, and I know all of you. I know you well. But I also got to know everyone in this room, or a whole lot of the people in this room, over the last year. Let's just say we did a lot of walking together. And I just want to give you a little bit of perspective that I bring, knowing that in a few months when I sit where you sit, I'm going to be faced with the very same challenges that you face in responding to contracts. But I want to say, I want to build upon what Casey Vanden Heuvel said, which is we got to build on what we have. And what I think I will bring in the future to this conversation, which probably you all already have, which is the long lens, looking at the long game. When workers' pay and benefits fall behind the cost of living, vacancies increase. When vacancies increase, everything from social services to our public works falls behind. And the workload that everyone in this room has increases and gets harder. When the county is understaffed, production is low. I am already receiving all the phone calls that all of you receive every single week, whether it's complaints about our roads or community services or delays for basic county services. So to me, investing in our workforce is investing in the health and well-being of the County of Monterey, which we're all here to serve. So I hope that you'll continue to do all you can to support our workforce so our workforce can support themselves, their families, and Monterey County. We can do this. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Doris Drost, and they call me Dee. I'm standing here before you because of the people that are behind me, and some of you that are up there. because you had hope in me. I've been out of prison and off the street, clean and sober for 35 years. I'm someone that was sexually abused as a child, that had to have services because I have PTSD, because I left home at 12. So before that, that's what happened to me. And then I just started my downward, just kept going. I'm not a speaker, as you notice, I'm nervous. But I listened to these people. I heard them yelling, and for me, coming from Salinas, I needed to know why they were yelling. So that's why I came. So anyways, but when they told me what was happening, I thought, you know what? The county paid more for me to be in juvenile hall and paid more for me to be in jail and in prison than it is for the wages and what they're asking for. Because you know what? I'm not robbing. I'm not stealing. I'm not selling. I'm not doing any of that anymore. Now I serve God. That's who I serve. I go back into the communities and I talk to people because you know what? They need these services. And I try to direct them to the services that would help me get here today. That's who these people represent. It takes a village to raise somebody, and it did. And I even know some of you that always encourage me, and that's something I hold dear to my heart. Because you know what? I am outspoken. I'm from Salinas. I'm from LSL, not the street, from LSL, and born and raised here. So you know what? I believe in what you're all doing, but I really, really hope that you think about that, because the price is, there's a lot of me out there, male and female. We need help. I have housing. I've had behavioral health. I was on methadone. I'm off methadone because of these people back here. So it's possible. That's all I have to say.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lorena Lopez. I am a patient service representative. I've been with the county for, it's going to be 19 years on September the 2nd. And I just want to go ahead and ask of you guys to consider the wages that you're asking in this contract for us to take a cut. It's already difficult enough. I've been, like I said, with the county almost 19 years. My son, he is going to college right now, part-time, working. He is actually bringing home more than I am every 2 weeks. He's been employed with his employer for 2 years. And in that 2 years, he went from $20 an hour to over $25 an hour right now, in less than 2 years. I've been with the county for almost 19 years, and I'm only making $6 more than he is. And he gets benefits. So I would like for you guys to consider all of us and the work that we do, the time that we put in, and dedication that we put into the county. Because it's shameful that a 19-year-old is making more than I am, more than his mom is, in 2 years of employment. Please reconsider the contract. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and good morning, 521 brothers and sisters. So I wasn't going to speak today, but I decided to because I remembered I was an elected person for the COPE. So I am the chair also for the COPE for SEIU, and I also am on the board with SEIU. So I'm here in front of you today, and I know you know me because I've already talked to each and every one of you behind the scenes to give you heads up on what's important to the people. And as elected officials, we have a duty to listen to the community, to listen to all the things that are important to the people. I do want to put something in your mind here. I remember standing in front of the county building, seeing a sign that says, "Heroes work here." If heroes work here, we need to treat them like the heroes that they are. They were the ones that held down the county during the pandemic. They were the ones that were doing 1, 2, 3, 4 jobs to help cover the county, to help the community, to continue the services. They're also the ones currently that are covering for other people that are not there, covering for vacancies. All we are asking for is a fair contract, and to remember, not only are they heroes, but we need to treat them like one with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Raul Huerta. I was not planning on speaking, but here I am. So I am a Salinas resident, and also I've worked on Natividad since 2008. I also have a 5-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter, which goes to school right across the street right here. I work in the ER. I turn over the beds. I keep the beds clean for the patients, for the community. I help the hospital running during the pandemic. I worked right there in the ER Ground Zero. I have passion for my job. I love what I do. I love it. And this healthcare, and we're negotiations with contract, the healthcare is a big impact on me and my family. My wife is a stay-home mom. She stays home and takes care of the kids while I work. It's hard. So this healthcare is a big impact. I ask for affordable healthcare, please, and a fair contract, because holding the family on my shoulders is not easy. I'm barely keeping my head above water. So all I ask for is a fair contract, and please take all this into consideration, and please provide us with affordable health care. Thank you.
Do we have anybody online? There's nobody online. With that, we'll close public comment. And call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
No additions or corrections to closed session.
We have one item. Is there any public comment on this item? Nobody in chambers, nobody online. With that, the board will recess for closed session and reconvene at 10:30. Good morning. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. The roll call, please.
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly.
And the announcement, Spanish interpretation services. Diego.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And we have Assistant CAO Ezekiel Vega on there today, and he'll have the honor of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please stand. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are. There's a correction to item number 42 under the consent calendar for the Health Department, and a revised amendment number 1 was received. Also, to remove item number 55 under the consent calendar for criminal justice, the department requests that item number 55 be removed from the agenda at this time. And lastly, there's a correction to item number 65 under consent calendar, general government, and a revised board report was received.
Thank you. Moving on to ceremonial resolutions, we have 4 of them that are to be presented. Is there any public comment on the resolutions? Nobody in the chambers?
Move approval.
Nobody online? Okay, we have first and second. All those in favor? Oh, I did. We just did ask for public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I think Supervisor Astor, you're doing 3, and Supervisor Lopez, you got 1. Why don't I have you go first then?
Natalia, Tyler, if you join me up here. So today we're pausing our meeting to recognize 22 years of service at the Gonzales Cemetery District. Upon your retirement, we're here to say thank you. Thank you for all that you've done for our community. The name Maturino in the communities of South County means something. It's a family that gives back, whether it's through our labor organizations, through our Little League, or at St. Theodore's Church. The Maturino family, Natalia, you continue to show up for us. It means the world to have public servants who see community, come from community, and stand up for them. So many times over the years, we've had loud people who get upset about a condition, and I know when I send them to the office, they're going to be heard, seen, and their issues are going to be resolved. It's not that way with every small district that I have. I've always felt that I had an amazing partner there in you. So I hate to see you go, but I'm excited that you're retiring and have a little more time to spend with your family. I know that you're a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother to so many. And so on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and all the residents of South County and Monterey County as a whole, we thank you for your service to our community and congratulate you upon your retirement. I'll share a few words.
Well, it's been a pleasure. I've been in Gonzales for more than 50 years. All my kids, my grandkids have gone to Gonzales High, Spartans.
Class of 59.
Yes, class of 59. And I have just been blessed with the family that I have and all the grandkids and great-grandkids, and I look forward to babysitting them. Thank you so much.
Well, let's get your family up here to take a photo while I present this to you. Let's get them all up here. Let's get a photo together.
All right, we are going to start off. If I could invite Trish Sullivan down to join me. We have a resolution today honoring Downtown Book and Sound during Banned Book Week for August 18th to 24. I would like to read a few of our whereases. But Downtown Book and Sound is a local business here in downtown Salinas that has a wide variety of reading material, including some of our banned books that are out there. Banned Book Week was launched in 1982 in response to a sudden surge in the number of challenges to books in libraries, bookstores, and schools. Banned Books Week focuses on efforts to remove or restrict access to books and draw national attention to the harms of censorship. Downtown Book and Sound was founded to fill the community need for a new and used bookstore in Nobel Prize-winning author John Steinbeck's hometown of Salinas, California. Downtown Book and Sound is a source for local and historic knowledge sharing between residents and tourists alike. Downtown Book and Sound provides a communal safe space for children and adults to come together, to convene, to study, and to learn. Downtown Book and Sound is an accessible public space where members of the community gather, collaborate, and engage in public programs. Downtown Book and Sound hosts over 200 free author, book, and poetry events during your 5-year history. I want to take a moment to resolve that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all residents, honor Downtown Book and Sound during Banned Book Week for creating a communal space for residents and tourists alike to come together to enhance our community well-being. Thank you for the space that you've created, Trish, and for continuing to raise awareness about the need and the importance of having access to literary works of a wide variety available in our community. And I'll give you chance to make some comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Wendy. We really appreciate this honor, and we are here for you. We invite everyone to come and visit us in downtown Salinas, and we hope you do.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. We really appreciate you. We'll take a quick picture. Trish, quick photo. No one gets out of here without a photo. All right, next up, if I could invite, we've got, let's see here. I could invite the one and only Ms. Ruthie Watts, Vince LaForte, and Nicole Hollingsworth to come up and join me. We're going to be providing a resolution recognizing the Women's Leadership Council for Cal State University Monterey Bay on Women's Equality Pay Day for August 15th. And I would like to give this to you to hold. You wouldn't mind. Thank you. All right. So, Women's Equality Pay Day highlights the injustices of gender wage gaps by marking how hard women must work on average to earn what men make per year. Women's Equality Pay Day is about far more than a paycheck. It's about living up to the fundamental values such as equality, dignity, and fairness. Women's Equality Pay Day acknowledges that in more than 90% of occupations, women earn less than men, and these disparities are even greater for women of color and women with disabilities. Women's Equality Pay Day acknowledges that in 2024, the women's labor force participation is the highest that it has been in decades, and the gender pay gap is the narrowest it's ever been on record. Yet, despite this progress, the fight for equal pay continues. The Women's Leadership Council of the Cal State University Monterey Bay was established in 2003 with supporting the mission of reentry students at CSUMB. The Women's Leadership Council Scholarship Endowment has grown to over $400,000 and awarded over 175 scholarships to reentry students at CSUMB, including over $60,000 in 2024-25. The Women's Leadership Council encourages women to play a philanthropic leadership role at CSUMB and to increase the knowledge of CSUMB among women leaders in the community, working to address those longstanding inequities and earning power. Today, it's my honor to present this resolution to Ms. Ruthie Watts on behalf of the Women's Leadership Council. for recognizing the work that you're doing to address equal pay in our community. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll give you a chance to make a few comments.
I just want to say thank you so much for the honor, and to say that if you have any students you don't know where to send them to Cal State University, Monterey Bay. We need you out there, and I'd just like to say that the Women Leadership Council there at Cal State University, as she has said, we give out scholarships every year, and so we're just happy to say thank you so much for this honor, and please come and visit our campus when you have the time, okay?
Thank you. And we'll take a quick photo. And again, just recognizing that the systemic inequities don't dissolve without systemic investment. So thank you for being a part of that.
Vincent is the chair of the Women Leadership Council. I don't want to forget that because we're riding together. Now I want to ride back on with him.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a quick photograph. Okay, and then the final resolution that we have, we're not going to do a presentation today. We'll be doing it later, but I just want to briefly, if I may, make a few comments. This final resolution is to honor Bruce Delgado on his retirement from a distinguished career with the Bureau of Land Management in Monterey County. And as many of you know, Bruce Delgado is a long-standing mayor of Marina. As a resident of Marina, I've really enjoyed Bruce's leadership, but wanted to take this moment to just acknowledge that he's spent his entire career working with devotion as to our land here in Monterey County as a botanist and biologist on the Fordham National Monument, where he's been working since 1995. He's led a small but dedicated Bureau of Land Management team that restored over 250 degraded Army sites into nearly 150 acres of productive native habitat. Bruce is known in the community and throughout our entire region as being an inspiration to volunteers. He's out there every weekend picking up trash, organizing community members to do restoration work. And he's been sort of the reason that many students have entered the field of natural resources management. He's led nearly 200 different volunteer groups that have volunteered over 4,000 hours on the National Monument. So as Bruce Delgado retires from his paid work as a botanist with the Bureau of Land Management, he is leaving behind a legacy of support for our natural resources and the inspiration of countless leaders who've entered that field as a result of what he's introduced them to. So Bruce, it's an honor to recognize you and appreciate you and celebrate your retirement. Look forward to all the free time you're going to have to be volunteering in the community now, even more so than you already have. So thank you to Mayor Bruce Delgado. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. We'll move on to appointments, and we have items 7 through, quite a few of them, 7 through 17. Any public comment on any of these appointments? All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
Move approval?
I heard a first and a second, okay. Oh, Supervisor Adams. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That will move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items any board members would like to pull or comment on? Supervisor Adams.
Just a comment on and a question on item 71.
Comment 71. Anybody else?
Comment on item
45. Okay, Supervisor Adams, do you have a
Thank you. Yeah, I must admit, I read everything on this item, and I'm kind of baffled by it, quite frankly, and I'm hoping that perhaps our associate, Mr. Vega, could just explain what this actually, what are we doing here? What is this?
Yeah, could we explain what 71 is for the public too?
Yes, so this is an initiative that was initiated by our sustainability program where the county is looking to make improvements of certain areas of the county, Natividad Medical Center, some of the parks as well. So in essence, some of the fixtures, like fixtures that you see here and other places like that, also some refrigeration units that are outdated. They're planning to update those and then get PG&E to pay for it upfront in the form of a loan. And then the PG&E will recover the cost of that investment through the bill on a monthly basis. And the way that this program will work is that they are estimating what the savings that the county will generate by replacing those fixtures and those other refrigeration units as well. And then based on that estimate, PG&E will develop a schedule of repayment over a certain period of time, depending on how much electricity we use. And then they anticipate that the dollar amount that they will recover in that bill will be equal to the savings. So for example, if you were to replace fixtures totaling a total of $1 million, then over, let's say, a period of 10 years, it's estimated that we will be able to pay that back in the forms of savings. Then a schedule will be developed so that that $1 million will be paid over 10 years to PG&E on a zero-interest loan, so there will be no interest accrued on that loan.
So is the money coming from the Natividad Medical Center?
Yes, so for example, in the case of Natividad Medical Center, that's the way it will work. So
For everything, though? Is it all
No.
parts and everything else, or only the part from Natividad is being paid for by Natividad? The rest of it, the rest of the money is coming from our general fund, on a loan, essentially?
Correct. And I had discussed this with Cora, who wrote this report, and I had asked her that for the board to consider that actually this is paid for the parks portion of it is $145,000 just paid directly, and then the county accrue the savings as opposed to getting into a loan. So that's an option also for the parks. The Natividad portion is over $900,000, so that would make sense to take advantage of the loan program and then repay it over time.
I think I get it.
Supervisor Ansky, you had a comment?
Thank you. My comment is just about.
Hello.
Oh, if we could mute everyone. Oh, hi, Cora. Is that Cora? Okay.
Yes, it's Cora, and her hand is raised.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Sure, Cora. Yes. What was your comment?
Awesome. So I was just going to mention that, as Ezekiel noted, the parks component would be coming out of our general fund, and we are planning on coming back to the Capital Improvements Committee soon to do an informational presentation on this program. This program is meant to be as a pilot for the county to understand how these projects would work. And if the board is interested in opening this project and program up to other facilities, we have a lot of light bulbs to replace, and this is a good program that the county could take advantage of.
Thank you for those comments and information. Supervisor Askew?
Okay, thank you. So item 45 is a CalAIM grant that we were receiving in the amount of $1.2 million from the California Department of Healthcare Services to support the integration of Medi-Cal eligibility and services into our inmate population at the jail. And I just wanted to, I think this is great. This is a new program. It's a new expansion of Medi-Cal eligibility and reimbursement structures into our jail inmate population. It's involving multiple departments with health department, social services, the jail. I appreciate the sheriff taking the lead on it. And I would just love to have a presentation at some point in the future to give us an update. Who are the partners? How are we working together? How are we envisioning this program coming together? And what are some of the benefits that we're anticipating and should be expecting as a result of the implementation of this grant and this larger expansion of Medi-Cal eligibility into our inmate population? But thank you. So just a request for a future presentation.
Thank you. Yes.
Just going back to 71, on Supervisor Adams' question, it did get vetted through the Alternative Energy Committee. As a pilot program on these buildings, we save significant money on energy over the 10 years by just changing something so simple as our light fixtures, our light bulbs, into LEDs. But it's pretty obvious that we need to look at our other buildings. So I look forward to the next core bringing other facilities proposals where we could utilize this program to continue to save energy, which also helps us meet our goals towards our climate action plan that we'll talk about later today as well. Thank you.
Could I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
So Supervisor Alejo, do you know, is there a cap that we have, that we cannot exceed with PG&E on this program?
I think Cora is best to talk about what limits this program may have for our facilities.
Hi again, supervisors. So there is not a cap on the amount of buildings that we can enroll in this program, if that is your question, Supervisor Adams.
Is a financial cap. Actually, that I was wondering.
Right.
Is there a financial cap that we
So
can't?
the main limitation from PG&E is that the savings from these projects have to pay for themselves within 10 years, because the lifespan of the loan that they're willing to extend to jurisdictions can only be 10 years long. So that's the only limitation to the program that's available to us. There is not a financial cap.
Thank you very much.
Happy to help.
With that, I'd like to take this out for public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on the consent calendar?
Good morning. My name is Eric Peterson, and this is also item 71. And first, I need to disclose that I own stock in PG&E. And what I've learned about PG&E is it's a company definitely not to be trusted. And they started paying dividends as soon as they got out of bankruptcy, and there's a message there. The money's nice, but they're also trying to skyrocket their rates. Regarding this, what I wasn't clear on is Natividad Hospital paying for PG&E power? And if they are, why aren't they getting Central Coast Community Energy power, which is not only cheaper, but is kind of our project? Thank you.
I'm just checking to see if there's anybody who has information on answering Mr. Peterson's question.
So I believe that the Department of Public Works will have the answer to whether or not Natividad is buying power from 3CE versus PG&E. I don't have the answer to that. We'll have to look at the actual utility bill to see what that looks like, but we could provide that probably answer later.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers or anybody online? Yes, this is for the consent calendar. Who do we have?
Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Yes, Mr. Diaz, for an item on the consent calendar.
I'm sorry, I thought this, my hand was raised for general public comment on agenda. My bad.
Anybody else?
Phone number ending in 837.
837, this is for a consent calendar, not public comment. Okay. Making the assumption you're waiting for public comment. Anybody else? Okay. We got a motion to approve. Second.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
hello?
Yes, you have a public consent.
I do. I want to make a comment on matters on this consent.
Yes, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Let me know if you can't hear me clearly. I've had a problem with Zoom lately.
We can hear you. Just please identify the consent item.
Yes, it's the one on getting the energy efficiency. I believe that's number 71. I want you just please all be very mindful that energy efficiency can be very deceptive in a lot of respects. You know, I mean, we have energy efficient refrigerators and washing machines and vacuum cleaners that use a lot less energy than the old ones, but they don't last very long. The average refrigerator, I'm told, lasts about 7 years. The washing machine is something like 9 years. And so when we're replacing a lot of units with the aim of energy efficiency, which is a noble aim, we need to also look at the quality of the product. Is it going to break down after 10 years? A lot of the old refrigeration units can probably last for 30 or 40 years. And there can, you know, maybe we'll save a lot of money in the short run, but if things are just going to break down, it might be a lot more expensive in the long run, and it isn't necessarily going to be energy efficiency when we look at all the energy to produce these items. And we live in such a disposable society. Unfortunately, despite all the energy efficiency requirements, we've gotten more disposable and lower quality. Things just don't last. So please, you know, what we really need to do is do a resolution to the state and federal government to make energy efficiency include the time the product will last, because there are refrigerators that are still operating quite well from like the 60s and 50s, but the new ones only are going to last a few years. So just please be very careful and mindful about energy efficiency and how deceptive it can be. Even a little light bulb might not last nearly as long. They just break so quickly or burn up so quickly. And then we have to keep getting more and more light bulbs because they're becoming lower and lower quality. So that's my comment. And next for general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else then? We have nobody else online, then we'll close the public comment. And we have a first and a second. Those in favor of approving the consent calendar?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we'll move on to general public comments. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to? Yes, please come forward. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Name's Eric Peterson. And first, I'd like to comment that my comments in no way are to reflect anything regarding our Sheriff's Department or Sheriff Nieto. If nothing else, she's part of the solution rather than the problem. We've talked before about Connor, my friend's son, who's paranoid, schizophrenic, alcoholic, homeless. And I bring this up because he's usually on the streets of Seaside. Right now, he's living in Salinas, in the jail, again. Did a little research. Since 2004, there have been 37 cases on this guy who's living out of a shopping cart and doesn't really comprehend being around people. And what I'm getting to is he's getting arrested basically to clean up the scenery in Seaside. And that's just not supposed, that's costing Seaside money, which is not it's their problem, but it's also costing Monterey County money because he's in the jail. And it's nice that he's got free food, and it's nice to know he's got a roof, and his mother likes that, but we're paying for that. And maybe we should bill Seaside, I don't know. And I basically have several questions. One is, why not help him instead of putting him in jail? How many other communities are doing things like this? And how many more people are communities like Seaside doing this to? Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward if you have public comment.
Buenos días, honorable mesa de directores. Mi nombre es Rosa Espinosa.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is
Rosa Espinosa.
Rosa Espinosa.
La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque escuché las noticias sobre la sheriff del departamento de sheriff llamada Tina Nieto.
The reason I'm here is because I heard in the news something about the Sheriff Tina Nieto,
Que hizo desacato a la autoridad cuando iba a alta velocidad.
who avoided authority by going at high speed.
Y vine aquí para pedirles no una sugerencia, sino exigir el derecho que tenemos como ciudadanos.
And I'm here to demand from you as rights of a citizen.
Esta persona debe ser despedida.
This person should be fired.
Creo que cada uno de ustedes son un ejemplo a seguir.
I believe that each one of you is an example to follow,
Ella es una parte de la comunidad.
and she is a part of the community,
Está enseñando a las futuras generaciones a hacer lo mismo.
who's teaching future generations to do the same thing.
Sé que nadie se opuso al respecto. Sé que nadie se opuso al respecto.
I believe that no one heard about this thing.
Solamente se le pidió una sugerencia de hacer una disculpa pública.
The only thing that was asked of her was to make a public apology,
pero esa no es la resolución.
but that's not what's going to fix the issue.
Vengo en nombre de todos los residentes ciudadanos
I'm here on behalf of all the citizen residents
que no tuvieron la valentía
that didn't have the courage
de pedir cambios.
to ask for changes.
Estamos ante un ejemplo a seguir.
We are before an example to follow,
Hay mucha rebeldía por parte de nuestros hijos
an example that is in front of our children,
y es un ejemplo a no seguir.
and is an example not to follow.
Le aseguro que si yo hubiera sido la prosecutora de esta acción,
I tell you that if I would have been the prosecutor of this action,
se me hubiera arrestado,
I would have her arrested.
se me hubiera puesto en la cárcel,
I would have put her in jail.
se me hubiera juzgado,
I would have put her before a judge.
hubiera sido citado a la corte,
She would have been cited to court.
hubiera pagado una fianza.
She would have paid a bond.
En otras palabras,
In other words,
estamos ante una criminal.
we are in front of a criminal.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. Just to let you know, the sheriff is a separately elected position chosen by the voters and is not hired or fired or directed by the Board of Supervisors.
Hi, is this on? Okay. Hi, my name is Greg Hammer. I am a resident of South Salinas. I'm in Wendy's district. I sit on, I'm not in this capacity, but I sit on the Traffic and Transportation Commission for the City of Salinas and the Measure X Oversight Committee for our tax, additional tax assessment. And I want to highlight that I believe that the County of Monterey has completely dropped the ball on a road surfacing project they just did between Alisal and Davis Street here in South Salinas. I believe that was a county section that was done. We appreciate the resurfacing and new striping, but the county is dropping the ball in the sense of trying to reduce vehicle miles traveled, cyclist safety, et cetera, et cetera. The median there is, or the side of the road there is at times 6, 7, 8 feet wide. And I don't understand that when we have these projects happening for very, very little additional money, you can put in a buffered bike lane, a protected bike lane, and allow people that commute and ride bikes for pleasure to use that road safely. Right now, I would actually ask any of you to ride your bike along that stretch of road and see how you feel. And so with a new striping project, not putting in cyclist safety measures, I think I don't understand how the county would approve those projects. And I hope that the county will look towards any future projects like widening Davis Road, or any other projects in North Salinas, or North County, South County, anywhere the county is doing resurfacing projects, they should include the total streets or complete streets methodology where you both allow cyclists, pedestrians, and road or vehicle users to all use the road safely together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak? And I believe we have some folks online.
Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Yes, Mr. Diaz, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for all you do in North County. There are many voiceless constituents that work for and have been affected by the current administration at the Sheriff's Office. So I will be reciting verbatim what an anonymous deputy has sent to me so I can recite. There should be community oversight over the department. Start text. I have been employed by the Monterey County Sheriff's Office for over 20 years. I'm submitting my concern anonymously due to fear of retaliation. Captain Rebecca Smith is my direct chain of command. I have legitimate concerns regarding Smith documented and sustained internal investigation. Smith referred to biracial children using a racial slur. I have seen firsthand how Smith treats minority employees. She seems to make it a point to make their job more difficult than it should be. Recently, the county paid $10,000 as a result of harassment and hostile work environment complaint made by Smith by a former employee who is a minority. Smith's racial slurs and unfair treatment of minority employees need to be addressed. This is a serious SB2 decertification issue. In my opinion, Smith does not deserve to wear the uniform or badge. End text. Now, I'm just going to say that I really think the community has been saying they want oversight over the sheriff department. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online?
Phone number ending in 082.
Yes, 082, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Next Thursday, the California Transportation Commission will vote to allow funding of $10 million to cut down 228 magnificent 100-year-old eucalyptus trees on Highway 101 near San Juan Bautista. Everyone who drives to San Jose from Monterey knows this grove and the beauty it bestows into that otherwise brown-out area. The slaughtering of thousands of trees, including eucalyptus trees, is a crime against God, against nature, against ourselves and our children, especially now in the time of global warming. These magnificent giants do so much for preventing global warming. Each tree absorbs around a ton of CO2 a year, cools the air, provides moisture and rainfall through its transpiration of its leaves, and provides 260 pounds of oxygen a year. So that grove alone will no longer absorb 228 tons of greenhouse gas emissions our cars and lifestyle create. No longer will that grove provide 59,000 pounds of oxygen a year that grove creates. The excuse given is that these trees are diseased and weak and dangerous to traffic. These trees live 300 years, and they are in their prime. The justification is given that there is no negative impact from cutting down these trees because they will be replaced by native trees, but planting young trees will take at least 100 years to grow, and we don't have 100 years, not the way we are treating our planet. The corruption is deep and it's killing us, and I wish I had a government, including you, I could turn to stop this madness. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, 837.
Brian Rosen here. You know, we have it pretty good in Monterey County. Imagine if we were Palestinians just being killed in refugee camps, women and children just being slaughtered, treated like animals. Maybe we should do a resolution on that. That's really important in my mind. The military-industrial complex is out of control, as Martin Luther King said, and Dwight Eisenhower warned us about it. But I'm going to go to the subject right now, the surf busway, that the Coastal Commission has done a beautiful report, and it has really mentioned, and I've learned so much from it, and I hope all of you will learn a lot from it. This is the most important sand dune complex, the second most important in the state of California, and it is very, very valuable for helping to reduce global warming, for example. They have wonderful environmental scientists that have helped with their report. And all of you have been supporting this very destructive, environmentally destructive surf busway. And I really wish you would just change your ways and start looking at other alternatives like a carpool lane and a bus on shoulder, which the Coastal Commission also recommends and has been very unfairly dismissed by Tansy and MST. So please stop rubber stamping Tansy and MST. Do your job, protect our planet, oversee them. They've been misleading us about railroad tracks and everything else, and none of you seem to mind. And now Mr. Cedric is trashing the Coastal Commission for stepping outside their bounds, but they weren't. They did an inquiry to the Transportation Commission about the legality of Proposition 116 funding. And so Mr. Cedric and Mr. Muck have been working so hard for this project and been told from the very beginning, no, we're never going to approve it. It's not coastal compliant. How many hundreds of thousands of dollars have been wasted? So let's look at alternatives. Let's protect this important environment. Let's do something that will make more of a difference for global warming. And that's it, my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no other public comments online. I see nobody else in the chamber, so we'll close general public comments. We'll move to scheduled matters. That's item 20, to consider adopting a new flag policy for inclusion in the board policy manual. Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, we can.
Roger that. So I have for you today about a 6-7 slide presentation, which I'll pull up in a moment. And I'm ready to share, Valerie. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your time. We are here today to talk about a draft flag policy, and dramatic pause. Okay. The purpose of the flag policy is to provide continuity of the board's direction in the display of flags. The policy only changes one county practice, and that's found in section H, the very last section of the policy. It expresses the conditions of displaying flags other than the United States, California county, or prisoner of war missing in action flags. A question that staff had was, is this going to change the display of other flags, and the Ukrainian flag that's right behind you being their first question? The answer is no. It just sets a standard for the display of flags like the Ukrainian flag. So this is just a rundown of what the policy actually contains. Alpha is a display of the U.S. flag at official meetings, displays in chamber. Bravo is codification of the U.S. flag etiquette from the flag code. Charlie is display of the United States and California flags at major buildings. Delta is half staff from presidential order. And Echo is half staff for gubernatorial orders. Foxtrot is the county flag. And Gulf is the prisoner of war missing in action flag. So hotel is the other flags at the discretion of the board. Resolutions are encouraged but not required. Time and location is set by the board. And the considerations that are placed in the policy are etiquette, security, and prominence. These are the three suggestions on where we place flags. And so the next flag is just the Office of County Council recommends adoption of this policy to provide for the continuity and codification of the flag display at county meetings and buildings. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm standing by.
Let's see if there's any questions from the board. Then we'll take out for public comment and bring it back for the board for comment. You have a question, Supervisor Adams?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
My pleasure.
For the renewal of what ABCDEFGH stands for in another. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the things that I'm conscious of, though, is that the policy doesn't include how the board will agree on a flag. I was just wondering if we should add in some language that a majority of the board supports raising the flag, or even a 4/5 vote majority, so that there could be, you know, showing that everybody really is on board with it.
I don't have an opinion on that. I think that it's within your discretion to say, you know, how.
Can I make it as a recommendation?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Something that we can consider. And I believe that you can dispose of in a motion with the body. If you want to amend it today, I will bring it back and change it at your suggestion. But currently it's written in such a way as to allow as much discretion as you care to have, or at least that was my design in drafting it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't agree to a 4/5, but a majority, certainly, because we have put up other flags, the LGBT flag, the transgender flag. But it seems like the majority should be able to make those decisions rather than a higher threshold. I appreciate, I think the proposal is clear and concise. I'm glad it doesn't take down the Ukrainian flag, as that was put up with the support of some of our staff whose families are impacted by that conflict. But I did want to just say what was missing. I think what was missing only that I see here, that there may be other occasions to fly the flags at half-staff, because your guidance here talks about presidential orders, gubernatorial orders, but there may be other circumstances. We've had tragedies. We lowered the flags at half-staff when Officer J.D. Alvarado was killed. So I think it just needs flexibility for the chair, perhaps in consultation with county council, the CAO, to at appropriate times, without having to come to the meeting, fly flags at half-staff when appropriate, and those types of circumstances. We do it very few times, but I think the chair should have the discretion to do that when appropriate for those types of situations where it merits to fly them at half-staff.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. And to be honest with you, the policy that we started with, which was from a sister jurisdiction, a lot of our brother and sister jurisdictions have that, where it's at your discretion to fly the U.S. flag at half-staff. I'm going to do a quick run-through of a few considerations why it's not in here, but it's going to conclude with, if you want to have that power, there's nothing stopping you. You can add it to the policy. So where we look for flag etiquette begins at what's called the flag code. It's the U.S. code, and it's cited within the policy ubiquitously. So that's what governs who can lower the flag at half-staff. That code is not constitutionally sound. So, like, people can lower the flags without having to comply with that. That being said, I understand that there might be people in the community that would object to the lowering of the U.S. flag by anyone other than the flag code. That the flag code was promulgated by some interest groups who are interested in those sorts of things. But all that to say, as I started with, there's nothing preventing you from lowering the flag. And in unique circumstances, I can certainly appreciate the desire of this body and others to recognize the service and the passing of somebody who has served in that manner. So it's not, you can go either way on this. And it may upset some people to do that for the reasons I've explained, but other people might just as well support it. So those are just the considerations of why it's not in there currently.
Well, at least in my 8 years on this board, nobody has got upset about lowering the flags in those somber occasions where it was truly merited, to honor and show respect to their families and to our police department or other local agencies. So that's the only thing I would suggest on this one, to make sure it's that our future chairs, in consultation with their county council and CEO, just have some discretion to do that at appropriate times.
And one follow-up, if I may, you said the chair, recalling, if I'm recalling correctly from the brother and sister jurisdiction, they put that responsibility with the CAO. Would you still say to the chair with consultation of staff, or would you say CAO, or you're indifferent as to who makes the call?
I like the chair because that's the lead of our board, and it rotates, so we all got a fair shot at that. But in consultation with the CEO and the county council, so it's not just one unilateral decision, but talking to our top team at the county, I think is appropriate.
Roger that. Thanks, sir.
Any other board members with comments? Before we take it out, I would support Supervisor Alejo's position on that as well. I think it's a sensible approach. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this matter, on the flag policy?
I like your alphabet. Good morning again. Name is Eric Peterson, and this takes me back to Boy Scouts 60 years ago. Not to mention the Army, where flag etiquette was extremely important. I just have 3 suggestions for some more wording. Well, one is, in Boy Scouts, 60 years ago, we were taught the phrasing was the stars are supposed to be on the flag's own right, or the flag's, and not on the left, and that can come in handy in outdoor things. I would really appreciate an emphasis on the half-staff procedures, because not that I see a lot of people raising flags to half-staff, but I'm sure there are shortcuts taken. And 3 is really a personal pet peeve, and that's I've seen people taking the flag down and essentially wadding it up and tossing it into a box. And those who know me know I'm not a big flag person, but it's not that difficult to do it right. And I go to a nearby federal facility quite frequently, and one of the people who works there is a former Marine, and I've helped her a few times to fold the flag. It's no big deal, but it is a big deal. It's easy to do, and it's just having that correct is just a bit of respect for our country. Thank you, and definitely thank you.
I see nobody else in chambers. Is there anybody online? There's nobody online. Bring it back for the board for Supervisor Adams.
I'd like to make the motion to approve it with the caveat regarding making the determination on when to fly the flag at half-staff being made by the chair of the board in consultation with the CAO and the county council, and that we would add the 4/5 requirement as far as the agreement on what flags we can fly.
Supervisor Adams, ask you, sorry, go right ahead.
Thank you. And I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate you bringing this forward. Supervisor Church, I think, I'm here to do the business of the county, and it's been interesting to me just in the first 4 years that I've been sitting on the dais, sort of the different issues that come before us and what initiates them to come before us. Some of the most difficult meetings that I've sat through have actually not been specific to county business, but have been sort of these broader issues. And I figuring out the right way and the right line for the county to take in terms of, I think it's important that we do weigh in and speak out on issues that are of importance to our residents. And also, try to remain focused on the work that is before us and just the getting the work done for county residents. So I appreciate the policy. I think that a couple things, if the half-staff addition, I'm supportive of that. I think it would make sense for us to align with other regional agencies and go with the CAO, or have the CAO make that decision. But I'm open. Supervisor Adams' suggestion about 4/5 vote to raise additional flags, I can support that as well. The one line in the policy under Section H where it says that the board shall specify where the other flag is to be displayed and for what period of time. And I guess the question that I have is, we do have an additional flag that is being flown for an unlimited amount of time. And I'm just curious if this is the place or the time for when and how do we have discussions about, how we define what the criteria is for other flags to be flown. And I get it that it is, we've made some decisions in the past, we have decisions to make in the future, we've had other things come before us. And I guess I'm asking the question, we don't have a specified period of time currently. Is that something that is being proposed by this policy? And then if and when it is, when do we have that conversation? How does that happen? It's more of a question for my colleagues than an answer or suggestion.
I think and I wasn't on the board then, but I think the original resolution on the Ukrainian flag said it would be up until the conflict was over, if I'm correct on that. I do agree with your comments and generally there. I have, the flag's up. It's been voted on before I was on. I do think that we do get ourselves involved in issues that aren't so directly related to Monterey County as they really should be. But I think when we're displaying a flag, it's important for the public to realize that the reason it is up there. And I would be in support if we are going to display a flag that it actually, it's be in the chambers, but perhaps in a position, perhaps by the door or somewhere with the resolution there so that the public could see what the purpose of it is and then the intent. And that would be my suggestion on an amendment on this, is that we do that. I do believe, if I remember from a previous conversation with you, Mr. Strong, that if the flag is being displayed elsewhere, the American flag needs to be in addition, correct?
Generally, yes, but it depends what other flag we are talking about. So the conversation that we had, you were correct, you're remembering that correctly, when it comes to foreign national flags. And that's, again, going back to the flag code. The flag code doesn't contemplate the displaying of a foreign flag on its own. It should be accompanied with the U.S. flag, but if it's a state flag, it can be accompanied by the California flag. If it's just like LGBTQIA or any other type of representative flag that's not a foreign government, that can be on its own. But just a quick thought on what you just recommended about the resolution. I think that the policy is currently drafted broad enough that that could certainly be the direction that comes out of a vote to post the flag, and the policy is drafted to give you the discretion on how it's displayed.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I don't think I can support the 4/5. I can think of a time when there's matters that would have come before this board. The only thing we really do on 4/5 is those financial issues, right, that are sort of those big impact. And when we say, well, these are issues we may or may not want to be taking on, I think that is, that is a function of the chair, and that is part of that authority that we give that person when we make that choice at the beginning of the year about who's going to manage our agenda and how they're going to structure it coming forward. So this policy, I think, helps, as drafted, give us good direction in terms of what should be coming forward and how it should come forward. I like the idea of posting the resolution next to a flag so people understand the purpose. That's something I'm supportive of. The flag code is clear. For anybody who's not studied it, I have studied it. I was never a Boy Scout, but I mean, right now I think we might technically be in violation because that American flag is not much higher than the California flag. It should be a lot higher than that, in my opinion, in order to meet the appropriate intent in that code. But all these pieces being considered, I also agree with we spent too much time going through this and spent a lot of time, dedicated this issue, including the time we're spending now. And I don't want to send Shane back to do a lot more work. I think the direction piece and what we're saying is important to us matters. So I'm agreeing that moving forward with it as drafted with the piece about the chair in consultation with CAO and county council, if that's who we're choosing, I'm fine with those three folks for going to half-mast for matters of local importance, and with the direction that we display the resolution so folks understand intent, are things that I can support this morning.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was going to say I couldn't support the 4/5 either because I could see, because this policy is for future boards, and I could see in the future, when we're no longer here, when we want to display something like the LGBT flag or the transgender flag, now it could be held up because of this policy we put in place. I think the majority decision-making, as we do for almost every other decision, except those financial ones, should stand for something like displaying some flag in the future. And just to be correct, it was only once in my 8 years where the flag issue took a lot of time. When we first put up that Ukrainian flag, it was unanimous. Didn't take any more time than we took time presenting one of these resolutions here today. So I just want to be clear. It was only been once in the last 8 years where it became a larger debate, obviously because of the conflict that just broke out in Israel. Thank you. And Gaza.
Sorry, but I thought that we had a significant disagreement among ourselves when there was a suggestion that we fly the Israel flag.
I just finished mentioning that was the one time. I just said.
I thought you were saying that the one time was the Ukraine flag.
Oh, I said the Ukrainian flag took no more time than it did to present one of the resolutions today.
I was just saying procedurally, we have a motion by Supervisor Adams with no second right now.
I'll make, for lack of a second, I'll make a motion just on that second part, just with the simple majority for flag approvals. Substitute motion, yeah.
Okay, so could we, I know we've talked about 2 or 3 things here. Supervisor Askew, did you have something you want to say or just want to get clarification? Yes.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Adams to give the flexibility to the chair with consent by CAO and county council with a 4/5 agreement to fly another flag other than the national, state, and county. And then we have a substitute motion by Supervisor Alejo.
No, it's a new motion because the first one failed for lack of a second.
Well, did we?
There was no second to it. That's why
Okay.
I made a new motion.
I didn't know if we waited for a second or not on that.
We did. And I said, because there was no second.
There's no second on that. Then we have a new motion by Supervisor Alejo, which is to give flexibility to the chair with consent by CAO and county council and just have a standard majority to fly a different flag.
Exactly.
That leaves, my suggestion is that I believe if we are going to have another flag up in the chambers, that it should probably be perhaps accessible to the public, which would be towards the back, and have the resolution up on it so that the public would understand the reason that we're flying it. I understand in some cases that might mean the American flag might be there as well, depending on what the flag is, but I want us to follow whatever etiquette would be appropriate in those circumstances. So, I don't know if Supervisor Alejo will accept that as a friendly.
I would if you would not remove the flag that's here now. Going forward for other motions,
It wouldn't be removed from the chambers. But I don't know if we're addressing future or current here. I mean, that's.
yeah, if we could just grandfather this flag in until the conflict ends, and in future flags to fly outside in the lobby among the proper protocols, I'd be good with that.
Supervisor Adams?
Would you be satisfied with just having the resolution posted at the door? I'm thinking there might be some difficulty in putting flags around the doors, that maybe we just put the resolution and keep the flag where.
I don't know, the resolution's not directly tied to the flag, so it might be hard to associate. I think we could probably lose a couple chairs in the back, if we, had to make space or something for this in the future.
You're the chair.
Well, I think this is a board policy, a manual. I don't have fiat approval over that.
Mr. Chair, can I add as a friendly amendment, if we could say for future flag displays that are approved by the board, that it include a display of the resolution?
Yes, but with the flag and a place in the chambers accessible to the public.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll accept. If you'll accept that, then I'll second it.
Yeah. Been moved in second. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments? Board? Good. We're all good here? Okay. All those in favor, are we clear on that motion now? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Very good.
Just an observance, Mr. Chair. I think you can tell we've all been away from our board meetings for a number of weeks, and we're just dying to chat.
I think we're all getting a little rusty, I think, getting that shaken off.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 21, which is a minor lot adjustment on CV Vista Farms and Diorigo Brothers. And Kayla Nelson and Mr. Spencer.
Can you all hear me okay? Okay. Good morning, Chair Church and board members. I'm Kayla Nelson, project planner for planning file PLN 220367 for CV Vista Farms LLC and Diorigo Brothers, Company of California lot line adjustment. The project site is for the project site for the Diorigo property is located at 2100 Harris Court in Salinas, just north of the Salinas River, and is guided by the Greater Salinas Area Plan. The CV Vista Farms property is located immediately south of the river at 221 River Road in Salinas within the Toro Area Plan. Both parcels are zoned farmland, 40 acres per unit, with the River Road site having a design control overlay. The project is for a lot line adjustment between two legal lots of record with a pre-lot line adjustment area of parcel 1 with 288.65 acres under Williamson Act contract, and parcel 2 with 12.13 acres not currently under Williamson Act contract. The resulting lot line adjustment configuration will consist of parcel 1 at 278.87 acres and parcel 2 at 21.91 acres. Parcel 1 will remain under a new or amended Williamson Act farmland security zone contract. Staff thoroughly reviewed the application and found that the proposed lot line adjustment meets the county's regulations for lot line adjustment as well as the state's Williamson Act findings. The land being transferred in this case is within the floodplain, which historically has been used to farm berries in this county. No new development will result from this project. The project was referred to the Agricultural Advisory Committee in August 2023 and the Toro Land Use Advisory Committee in October of the same year. Both committees unanimously recommended approval of this project without conditions. Upon review of the submitted information and site visit, staff finds the proposed lot line adjustment is supportable. Staff recommends the board find the project categorically exempt pursuant to sections 15305 and 15317 of the CEQA guidelines and approve the lot line adjustment based on the presented findings, evidence, and applied conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
First, I'll just take this out to the public. If there is anybody in the public that would like to address this matter. Nobody in chambers, nobody online. Back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we will recess to close session and reconvene at 1:30. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And we have the roll call, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And the announcement for Spanish interpretation services. Diego Salas.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte como para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
We'll have call for any general public comments on for the Water Resources Agency. This is for items not on the agenda. See nobody there. We will then move on to item 2A, which is consider accepting a GPP analytics audit with the water recycling agreement expense audit.
Would you like comments now on the Water Resource Agency or after your deliberations?
I think what we'll is Ara here? Oh, there's Ara. Were you going to start with any comments? Did you want to go to GPP first?
Public comments will come now or later?
Later.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. My name's Ara Ajdarian, General Manager of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. It's good to be here this afternoon with you. I want to begin by introducing Julian Metcalf with GPP Analytics. Julian is here today to provide you all a presentation on work that he and his firm have been doing over the past year, auditing the financial and administrative agreements between the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and Monterey One Water. So unless there's any questions at this stage, I would turn the floor over to Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for having me here. First, I'd just like to introduce myself. My name is Julian Metcalf with GPP Analytics. I have a little picture of our audit team up here, Mara Vibey and Eric Spivak. I believe Eric Spivak is available on the line, but I'll be doing the presenting as well. Just a little background, of course, we were engaged with the Auditor Controller's Office and the Water Resources Agency to perform this audit. And the audit objectives, and this is the only time I'll try and read out the entire name of the agreement, but it was really to review for 4 fiscal years for compliance and the provisions of the amended and restated water recycling agreement between Monterey Regional Water Pollution Control Agency, now Monterey One Water, and Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And again, I'll just refer to this as the agreement throughout the presentation for simplicity. We actually began this audit almost a year ago on August 24th, 2023, with an entrance conference. The following 2 months, we performed a risk assessment, which involved interviewing staff, reviewing documents, and we had access to Monterey One's financial system to review as well. With that, we prepared a planning memo, which really got us into the phase 2 of our audit, where we did the actual testing based on our initial assessment of the risk assessment. In phase 2, we commenced the auditing plan. This included 4 days of time on site at Monterey One reviewing paper records. A lot of their information, at the time anyway, was not digitized into their financial system, so we were reviewing paper records in person. It also included analysis of the data, access to their financial system and documents. In December, Monterey One requested that we pause while they provided a little bit more information. And after that, we prepared the draft report. As you can see here, there were a lot of steps back and forth reviewing it. There was a period where Monterey One requested that they provide more information to us. We obviously obliged because we want to hear as much information as we can, revise the report again, and here we are today with the final report and a presentation on it. It's important to me in all audits because they can often focus on the negative to include some information about some of the positive things we did that don't always make it into findings. Here's just an outline of some of the initial testing we did on the accounts payable system. This is all the payments to things like vendors for goods and services. And we did some analysis of a significant number of samples, over 300, of their accounts payable system, and we saw very few problems with this. And the problems we did see, we didn't consider material. This is important because this relates directly to the direct charges in the agreement. And so these are the things that are charged back to the Water Resources Agency. What I have here too, I will show 4 different findings first, and then there are 3 findings after that that are really summary findings that encapsulate a lot of the trends we saw throughout. So the first finding to talk about is related to the non-compliant indirect cost methodology. With this, we identified a difference in how Monterey 1 calculated the indirect cost charges compared to the methods outlined in the agreement. This resulted in our estimated $1.1 million in overcharges over the 4-year period, as you can see in the table below.
Can we put a full screen to the slideshow?
I'm sorry, I assumed it was full screen on, I didn't even look up. Apologies, thank you.
Thanks.
Over this period, you can see on that top row of the table, those were the actual charges. The middle row is our calculations, and then the difference at the bottom. Now, this is not a simple matter because in the agreement, it outlines really 2 paths for what can be used for the indirect cost methodology. One is a path that can be agreed upon later between both parties for different federally compliant methodologies, and then another one that points to Appendix J in the agreement. Now, one of the challenges with this is throughout the agreement, this Appendix J is referred to as both a sample and a draft. And this leads us to an area of some ambiguity, but if we look at the agreement, and I have language here copied in italics, it outlines the one method where they could choose to use this compliant method with using the Management and Budget, Office of Management and Budget, Circular A87. These are really federal standards for coming up with an indirect cost methodology, or they can use Appendix J. Appendix J, again, though being draft, add some ambiguity to the situation, but what was clear was that the alternative was not used. We saw no evidence and any information that either party had agreed to using an alternative method, and we did not see the certificate and other information that we would expect to be associated with an alternative method. Now, as I mentioned, in the spring, we worked with Monterey 1 on reviewing some additional information. One thing they did bring forward was a model as if, a hypothetical model as if they had used Appendix J and what those calculations would have been. We disagreed with some of the assumptions that they used in their calculations and some of their interpretations of the agreement itself. We included that, though, and details of that in the report because we believe it's important to have the transparent record of the 2 different approaches for everyone to review if they are interested. In the end, we recommend that the Water Resources Agency seek a refund for the difference of the amount that they were overcharged, but more importantly, that both parties should agree and document a finalized version of the method of calculating indirect cost that is compliant with the agreement's requirements in Section 8.03, and that both parties should amend the agreement to require that Monterey 1 submit working papers and supporting documentation for their calculations, so that in the agreed upon methodology, every year there is some evidence and some backup documentation for how the charges are made. Finding 2 focuses on inconsistent time records. Now, the agreement talks again about direct charges. This is what I mentioned at the beginning of the report, where we looked at their accounts payable. Those are direct charges, but time for actual staff time working on the programs is also a direct charge. When we looked at this and we looked at the agreement, it said that there should be backup information related to direct charges. And they give some examples here about paid invoices, which we saw when we looked at the accounts payable, but also payroll records, timesheets, vehicle costs, et cetera, are some of the examples it provides. When we started to look at the time billed, we expected to find some type of logs that backed up the timesheets and backed up the payroll records that were used. This is common in many types of operations where if someone is working on a facility, someone logs, I did XYZ at this location at this time, I worked on this and this so many hours. We did not go in expecting to find perfect one-to-one records. That's rare that you would ever find something that's clean, but we expected to see some general alignment between some logs and what the time record showed. Monterey One directed us to looking at their work order system. The work order system is related to the assets that they use across their operation, not just the water resources assets, and where they track time and cost related to them. And then what we saw was a pretty significant discrepancy between these systems. The payroll records are shown here in blue as the taller lines in the chart, and then the work order system are the hours that are logged in the work orders. Now, you can see that they started to improve over time, that there were more hours entered in the work order system. And this was still a little less than what we expected to see. We would have expected, and this is just a rough estimate, maybe 80% of the hours would end up in the work order system compared to what's on the payroll. This is because there would be time that should be accounted for elsewhere, such as training and supervision, that would not necessarily translate one-to-one in the work order system. So that 20% shouldn't be there. But we expected, since most of the work they're doing are supporting these assets and this infrastructure, that the work order system would capture a large majority of the time. When we examined the information further, we saw even more glaring discrepancies. The timesheets in this example, and of course I removed the names here for public presentation to keep it anonymous from the staff. We saw a handful of employees who recorded time in the timesheets. And this is exact records coming out of a particular day, September 30th, 2022, the last day of our audit scope. And we saw 22 hours booked in timesheets. When we look at the work order, we saw 5 different employees that weren't on the timesheets working on often different facilities, logging a different amount of time. And this is consistent throughout all the records that we couldn't get them to line up. And we couldn't get them to line up on a weekly basis. If we aggregated them, we couldn't get them to line up on a monthly basis and not on an annual basis. So while there's, of course, opportunities for people to make mistakes, there's going to be all types of errors that will naturally occur on any type of tracking system. By and large, this was a recurring problem that we saw. Going just a little bit deeper, when we looked at the two systems and who was entering time where, you can see on the top row of this chart, the gray area, some of the staff, they were entering time in both systems. And this happened, that some staff did, and they got better over time over the course of the 4 years in our audit scope. But then we saw some staff were only ever entering time in the timesheets, and some staff were only ever entering time in the work orders. That left us in a place where we didn't have enough information, and there was not enough backup information to determine if they were overcharged or undercharged. That's why there's no dollar amount associated with this finding. We don't have enough information, but we do believe that the time systems and the records associated with that could be vastly improved. At the time, there was not an organization-wide policy regarding time entry. We believe this is something that Monterey One could do to improve its internal controls. But then also, as Monterey One works to improve, it could provide the Water Resources Agency with monthly timesheet information and work order data so that the Water Resources Agency can assess for themselves the accuracy of what they're getting billed. And then finally, we recommend that Monterey One seek to integrate the time entry between work orders and its timesheet. This is not an easy thing to do. This takes time. Systems integration does not happen overnight. But we believe instead of having multiple entries of information, it would be more accurate and more efficient for the staff to put it into a single system. But again, that doesn't happen easily and takes time to do well. Our third finding is on the noncompliance with the required monthly reporting. We included this really because it was relatively recent, this 10-month period where there were no financial reports provided to the Water Resources Agency, which is required in the agreement. 1 month of this falls within our audit scope, but 9 months are outside of it. Even though it's outside of the scope, we felt it was important to include because it is so indicative of the types of pattern and communication things we observed. And we felt that it's important for the oversight of this agreement for the Water Resources Agency to have the information it needs to evaluate the information it gets back, and especially by the time the year end comes, to have heard things on a monthly basis and stay on that regular communication with Monterey One Water. Our fourth finding is a little complicated. There's a lot here. We probably could have broken it up into several findings, but it's all thematically linked around accounting practices and limited transparency.